One of the things we always like to encourage is that, ladies and gentlemen, here in a couple weeks, we are going to be packing the stands for football and volleyball games, and we're going to be cheering on those athletes on Friday nights. We would encourage you highly to encourage all of our participants today because, ladies and gentlemen, without them, we will not have a future in agriculture. You are looking at the future leaders of tomorrow in this ring. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, we like to start our shows off recognizing the greatest song ever written. So at this time, if you would please stand, gentlemen, remove cover. For our national anthem.
Can you see by the dawn's early light was so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets
Final call, Avery Moore to the gate. Final call, Avery Moore to the gate. In the ring right now, Sage Wells, Daniela Methala, Cade Clark, Alexandria Krogan, Blair Sanchez, LJ Hansen, Reagan Allen, Adrian Roop, Ariana Crawford, Taya Thompson, Avery Moore, and Kale Schnell. Introducing our judge today, Dr. Will Taylor is from Gilbert, Iowa. Will grew up in central Indiana where he competitively showed pigs and market lambs. He graduated from Lincoln Land Community College and Western Illinois University. He held internships with the National Swine Registry and Sunglow Feeds. He received his master's and PhD in animal science from Iowa State University. He's currently an assistant teaching professor and livestock judging coach at Iowa State. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together, Dr. Will Taylor. All right, Class 2, Class B, first gate call. Once again, Class 2, first gate call.
Crupton.
Crupton.
And this one is Metala.
Metala.
Yeah, Metala. Metala. You put the M.
That's my fault.
Very nice set of showmen in our first heat of showmanship here in the FFA division. And I'll be honest with you, I'm really excited about today. I'm really excited to work with the youth and sort through your hog show. We're going to be efficient and we're going to do the best job. But I will tell you that the most important thing to me is to be good to the kids and make sure that they have a positive experience. I have 4 showmen pinned back to come back for our finals in this particular division, and I've talked to each of the individuals that are still out here in the ring. 1 or 2 things that I think they could improve on for next year, 1 or 2 things that I think they did well on. I'll tell you, as far as showmanship goes, I think it's really important you make good eye contact. It's really important you manage your whip well and use that to your advantage. I think are things that are very, very important to me, and using the ring. You got a beautiful facility. I'm really excited about your day today. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause, and we'll go ahead and work into the second heat.
All right, coming back out of Heat 1, Reagan Allen, Taya Thompson, Blair Sanchez, and Sage Wells. All right, Class 2. Coming out now is going to be Ashton Rigby, Jackson Ketchum, Serenity Burkett, Abigail James, Fletcher Hansen, Logan Fagler, Riley West, Peyton Ramza, Riley Vetter, Kinsey Lloyd, Jack Thomas, and Hayden Hubbard. And as we make our way through the day, you can hear this multiple times. We want to encourage anyone interested in buying, attend the FFA livestock sale, 7 p.m. this Friday at the historical Cheyenne Frontier Days headquarters. And that's going to be again this Friday, 7 p.m. Make sure you guys register. And then Saturday, we move it right back over here to Archer for the 4-H livestock sale starting at 9 a.m. here at the Event Center. Please come out and support all of our youth for their hard work and dedication to the future of agriculture.
Kept 6 in the second division because I thought it was that deep and that enjoyable to study and work through. I think it's going to be a fun finals. That's taking nothing away from the 6 exhibitors that are still out here in the ring. I thought they did a really, really nice job. One or two things that they could work on as we approach the next year, but certainly a great set of showmen. Let's give them all a big round of applause as they go ahead and exit, please.
All right, coming back, Class 2, Riley Vetter, Hayden Hubbard, Riley West, Fletcher Hansen, Serenity Burkett, and Peyton Ramza. All right, coming in Class 3, we have Macy Leemaster, Ryan Allred, Kinsley Nessbaum, Kobe Haas, Kimber Allen, Reese West, Rutley Hansen, Anthony Rupert, Slate Hunter, Thomas Rigby, Cale Brenton, and Wyatt Crutchin. Wyatt Cruckton.
Another really good set to end our last heat of showmanship here. And I realize I've got a lot of showmen pinned back to redrive for our grand champion selection in our showmanship division. But I think it's going to be a great, great set of them. Let's give all these kids still in the ring headed back a big round of applause as they go ahead and exit, please.
All right, coming back in now to Class 3, Reese West, Ryan Allred, and Rutley Hansen.
Well, let's put our hands together for an outstanding set of showmen here in the FFA Market Hog Division. I tell you what, I am cognizant of the fact that I worked these kids hard, and I repinned them, and we did all kinds of different shuffles. Let's put our hands together for our ring help. They did a great job working with me and really pumped about their efforts. Hey, this is a really, really good set of showmen. And I'll tell you a couple things. You get to work with me all day, and here's kind of how I approach life in showmanship. I think it's really important that you hold your whip at a parallel level. I really like that finger out. I really like that look of just complete control, and I think it's really light taps that really are what I enjoy watching. I think it's really important that you manage your pig well. I think it's really important you make long arching passes and do that at a high level. And I think it's really important your partner is one that really is calm, cool, and collected, just like you are as a showman. We went through and kind of watched them come out quite a few times, and I'll tell you, I think that the most important thing that you can do as a showman is at coming out of the gate, show me all three views. I want the front view, I want the profile view, and I want the rear view, and I think that that's important to understand as a showman. I'll also tell you, you got a big ring, right? And you got a lot of opportunity here. Use it and make sure that you use it well, because I think that there's a lot of space for that. The three showmen that are still in the ring, I think, do an absolutely excellent job of those things. I think there's little nuances and differences between them, but honestly, I think it was always going to be these three showmen from the time they come out in their heats. Among them, I think one of them is just so calm, so cool, so collected, and easy to watch. Maybe doesn't handle his whip just as well as I'd like. One of them's a little better in that regard. One of them's just a little smoother of a showman. Excellent, excellent showman. Join me in congratulating your champion in this division, this young man right here. I thought it was just as easy for reserve. I think there's another showman that does just a tremendous job, really, really excellent in his own right. Maybe not as overwhelming, maybe wanted to cross over a few times. Young man right there will be a reserve in this division. Young man right here in third is one that I think is awesome at making sure that his pig is well driven. His partner wanted to get a little more tired as we kind of drove him out here, but a tremendous job to him. Let's congratulate him on a job well done. The young lady that comes out in fourth, I think, is one that she is one that drove her way into this position. Eye contact is awesome. Intensity is awesome. I don't know that she's as smooth in how she manages her posture as what I thought the showmen in front of her were, but an excellent job to her. This young lady that comes out in fifth is another one that drove her way into this position. I think she's extremely, extremely good at getting her pig's head up, and she knows the pace that pig has to be managed at. I think she could probably come back with her hand on the whip just a little bit more to allow for those light taps that I talked about, but tremendous, tremendous job. This young lady with the predominantly black pig right here, I think when she gets out and gets rolling, gets a full head of steam, she's as comfortable and well-paced as any of her showmen. She's maybe not just as quick out of the gate as a couple of others, but I thought she did an excellent job. I will tell you, this showman that comes out next is so good, and she's so well-mannered, and I love her eye contact. I love her ability to drive her pigs, and I love her posture extremely well. From the start, that particular black gilt just did not want to participate as well. I thought she got just a little more vocal than what I wanted. This young lady that comes next has one that when she gets her stuck, I think she really does a good job with that particular pig. Head carriage and head posture, when perfected, are awesome. I think as the drive wore on, I'd catch you off to the sides with that head down just a little bit more than I like, but certainly an excellent job. This young man right here comes out, and I thought that he was one that really did a nice job of eye contact, and he was a showman that has a bright, bright future. I think as he continues to work into the I guess more advanced ages, I think he's going to be really, really good. He probably wasn't as aggressive as some of his contemporaries and faded to the edges, changes relative to what I thought. I thought that this young lady did a really, really nice job of maintaining her composure. I wanted to see her just in front of me just a notch more as we worked out. I like this young lady's ability to make eye contact. I thought she did a great, great job of managing her pig. She maybe got just a little bit aggressive with her whip and got that pig slowed down, but tremendous job to her. This young man that comes out next, I thought was really, really good. When he got settled in, he come out and he got that thing put together exactly like I wanted. Your taps are really nice in terms of you make very pointed taps. I wish at times they were just a little bit more consistent. You tend to make a hard tap and then let it go. And then the young lady that rounds out our division here, I think does a great job of managing posture and pace of her pig. I think she does a tremendous job of that. Needs to stay in front of me just a little bit more. But tremendous, tremendous work to all those showmen. One more big round of applause as they go ahead and exit, please.
Right. All right, gate call. Division I super lightweight, Fletcher Hansen, Reagan Allen. Danielle Medela, Blair Sanchez, Fletcher Hansen, Avery Moore, Leander Hansen, and Rutley Hansen. Once again, gate call, Division I super lightweight.
First division of 5, correct?
All right, results from your FFA swine showman. 13th, Serenity Burkett. 12th, Rutley Hansen. 11th, Reagan Allen. 10th, Sage Wells. 9th, Fletcher Hansen. 8th, Ryan Allred. 7th, Riley Vetter. 6th, Peyton Ramza. 5th, Blair Sanchez. 4th, Taya Thompson. 3rd, Hayden Hubbard. Your reserve is Riley West, and your champion, Reese West.
Attention swine exhibitors and anyone just with a few questions on the Kiwanis sale for Friday night. All livestock will be present at the sale. So if you qualify, you're one of the 10 lambs, 10 pigs, 10 steers, goats, chicken, turkey, duck, whatever it is you got. If you qualify, that individual species will need to be out there. We will make arrangements for transportation. The grains and reserves will be placed out front. If you have any questions about some of that, talk to some of the ag teachers. This is going to be an awesome place to hold it. We're still in kind of planning mode where there's some things that have been brought up that'd be awesome. We can definitely make this work. So work with us. All animals will be there, available for pictures. The grands and reserves will be out front. The others will be out on the track. We also need to make sure that every kid goes and gets their picture taken today with their pig so that we have availability for that. Every kid will be present on the ring. There will be a sale block. You will stand up there when it's your turn to go. Only difference, you just won't have an animal. You just won't have an animal in the actual sale ring.
Very nice way to start out our first class here. And I'll be honest with you, I think that this class is challenging and this class is deep and interesting to study and to work through. So I think that being said, there were two whose stoutness and power and muscularity drove them to the top. I will admit, both of them are on the edge behind. And so in that particular case, I opted to use the young lady's fresher backed, fresher headed one that's got just a bit more turn out the backside of her shoulder. I do understand that particular gill is edgy behind and needs a shot more in terms of bone, but I think at the same time that gill's turn in her upper skeleton and muscle shape and expression are what allow her to win this particular class and inevitably this particular division. The young lady over here is going to have the one that's in second in reserve. That one is heavier featured. That one is bigger armed. That one is bigger ankled and bigger in terms of his rear leg. I like the spread to his upper rib cage. I thought he got just a little stale in his head and crest. I thought he got just a little outside himself in terms of his left rear and how he set in terms of his hock, but I certainly appreciate the power and muscle and substance of that particular barra. Now, I'll tell you what, the next four pigs in this particular class are very interesting, and I couldn't help but notice all of them bear the same notch, and it made me wonder whether they were all littermates. I don't know. It doesn't matter, but it's very interesting to study these particular four pigs. This was the heaviest muscled one of what was offered. I thought he got maybe a little tight in terms of his hip relative to moving up forward, but he had the biggest hip and the biggest back laid into him. The young man's right here was the one that I thought was just the best in terms of muscle shape and squareness of back. I thought she got a little stale about her head and a little smaller about her ankle, but she had more length of body and real spread and real feature relative to the young man's. The young man's barra is fresher. He's better in terms of the base of his throat and the shape of his neck. He's really good in terms of cutability. The problem becomes he runs out of genuine mass at the base of his skeleton, but young man did a nice job with that. Young lady that rounds out the interesting four that I talked about, I thought this one was maybe as effective in terms of build and skeleton, but probably the lightest in terms of feature and muscle, but very nice job to her. The pair that close here, this young lady's kind of calico, clowned up, colored one, I really like in terms of build from the side. I thought this one was too narrow, base, chested, and in terms of hip, ran out of real feature. And then the young ladies that closes, really like the body depth and dimension there, just a little upright built and a little bit frail in terms of feature, but very nice job to that young lady. Let's give all those kids a big round of applause, please. Second division?
Yep.
Second division, two classes.
Back out of that class, right?
No, not coming back.
Oh, there you go.
That was division.
Oh.
So champion is Reagan.
This was LJ, right?
Third, yeah.
Just top four.
No, you go ahead and announce the deal, and then when you get down to
All right. Results, Division I Super Lightweight. In 8th place, Avery Moore. 7th place, Danielle Medela. In 6th, Fletcher Hansen. In 5th, Fletcher Hansen. In 4th, LJ Hansen. In 3rd, Rutley Hansen. Your reserve goes to Blair Sanchez and your champion, Reagan Allen. And ladies and gentlemen, my hat's off to you guys for applauding and cheering. Let's keep that up. These kids work extremely hard, and you guys are doing an amazing job as spectators. Please, please, please keep that applause coming. Division 2 lightweight class 2. This is your gate call. Division 2 lightweight class 2. Looking for Rutley Hansen, Kimber Allen, Cooper Zolman, Keegan Moore, Fletcher Hansen, Kinsey Lloyd, Hayden Hubbard, Michaela Curtis, Serenity Burkett, and Peyton Ramza. Once again, Division 2 lightweight class 2. This is your gate call.
Challenging class here at the top end, especially. And I think the four that surface in my mind have a lot of differences among them and a lot of challenges. The heaviest muscled, squarest made one is right here in front of me. He's not maybe the most overwhelming in terms of freshness, and he could be a little heavier boned, but I thought he had a really, really good stoutness and squareness and comfort in terms of his actual design. I understand he got a little tired, but a nice pig to win this particular class. The one in second is the one that's better in terms of build and natural function of skeleton. I think that particular pig has more reach and angle off both ends of his skeleton. He ran out of bone and feature, and he ran out of real substance when you got in behind him, but certainly a nice pig to be there in second. I thought the one in third had some interesting pieces, really good in terms of back shape, really good in terms of width coming at you. I thought that pig's muscle was of relevance. My problem is that pig's right rear wants to come out of his skeleton just a little bit, and I didn't think that he just had the same kind of squareness behind as what I thought the two that preceded him had. This young lady that comes out next has one that's really big hipped and heavy muscled, expressive in terms of hip and stifle. I like that about that particular bear. He's too upright in his shoulder. He steps a little wide behind, but I certainly think that bear is spread, shape, and expression are really, really good. The young man that comes next, I think, has one that I really like from just a power perspective. He's really good in terms of turn. He's really good in terms of shape. He's the poorest built of my initial couple. I didn't think that he used that particular gilt, used her skeleton well enough for me to move her on forward. And then our two that round out this particular class, very nice in terms of the basics. One of them's a little longer. One of them's a little leaner. Very, very nice pair. I didn't think that they had enough body and true dimension to work forward in this particular class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they go ahead and exit, please.
All right, Division 2 lightweight class 1. And 7th goes to Jackson Ketchum. 6th goes to Jack Thomas. 5th, Logan Fagler. 4th is Serenity Burkett. 3rd, LJ Hansen. 2nd, Kelby Walls. And 1st was Cade Clark. Top 3 will be coming back. And if we can get Kinsey Lloyd to the gate, please. Kinsey Lloyd to the gate. Entering the ring, Division II Lightweight Class 2, Rutley Hansen, Kimber Allen, Cooper Zolman, Keegan Moore, Fletcher Hansen, Hayden Hubbard, Michaela Curlis, Serenity Burkett, and Peyton Ramza.
This is a very nice, very deep class, and I pinned quite a few back in this particular class. Young man's barrel wins pretty handedly, in my personal opinion. That bear is the widest, the stoutest, the broadest off either end of his skeleton, and still the heaviest in terms of his foot, feature, and actual foundation. I thought it was close between second and third. Ultimately, the young lady's predominantly black bear right here has bigger legs, a bigger arm, a bigger rear leg. He comes at you wider, and he's shaped better out of the backside of his shoulder. I think at the same time, that bear's rear leg quality just reads higher in terms of my opinion. Now, he needs to have just a bit more in terms of body and lower rib and pliability, but I thought that was a nice pig to go ahead and be second in this particular class. This young man's bear that comes in third, I really like from the side. He has the essence of proportionality and balance. I think that particular bear reads really good in terms of his head carriage, his strength of spine, and his proportions are really, really nice. The problem becomes as you get longer into the drive, his rear ankle just doesn't have the same kind of intensity. He gets just a little closed up in his foundation as he goes away, and a little tighter in terms of his rear leg quality, but a nice bear to be there in third. I thought these next couple were real challenging and real tight in my opinion. The young man that winds up in fourth here, I think has one that I really like in a lot of views. If you take that one from his shoulder back, that pig is really good in terms of pliability. She's really soft in terms of her rib, good in terms of her rear leg, and stays level in her spine. My problem comes as she comes right at you. She's too closed up in terms of her chest and just doesn't stay genuine enough right there. I love things about this all-black gilt that comes out next. And I'll tell you, when she come out, I thought, boy, this one's going to be close because she's really big-backed and really big-hipped, and she's really good in terms of spread. The problem becomes I thought she would settle in out here. She's too high in her spine, upright in her shoulder, and then pushes out in her hock. But, boy, I really like what she represents in terms of substance and spread. Nice job to that young man. Now, the young lady with the calico that comes next is another one that's really bold and really dense. To me, that pig's too short in her hip and just a little round in her design, but certainly a pig that I like from a muscle perspective. Young ladies that comes next here is long, level, and lean. To me, that pig ran out a real spread in terms of her hip and a real spread behind. The young ladies that comes next here maybe had a touch more muscle. I thought was just a little lower quality in terms of build. And then the young man's that closes, really big-legged, heavy skeleton, just a little flat and narrow for me. Very nice class, very nice set of them. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they go ahead and exit, please.
Third place pig from. Yep.
We got to pick 3 for the division.
All right, we need Leander Hansen's hog from Division 2, lightweight class 1. Our 229-pound pig from LJ Hansen. All results from our Division 2 lightweight class 2. In 9th, Keegan Moore. In 8th, Kimber Allen. 7th, Serenity Burkett. 6th, Michaela Curlis. 5th, Cooper Zolman. 4th, Fletcher Hansen. 3rd, Rutley Hansen. 2nd, Peyton Ramza. And in 1st, Hayden Hubbard.
Very very nice set of them here in our second division. Among them, I think both of them are very high quality and represent the best quality from each of their in particular classes. That being said, there's one of them that's just heavier featured, stouter made, and got way more in terms of substance, quality of build. Young man, second class winner, be your champion here in the second division. Dropped the second behind our eventual champion out, and I just talked about that particular pig. I think he's really wide off either end. I love his extra feature. I think he's a little hard in terms of his rib. Maybe the one that won the first class has an advantage there, but I still think there's more quality of build and substance in the young ladies, but he'll be reserved in the second division. Drop our third in that second class out. I talked about that pig having a nice build from the side, needing a little bit more at the base of his rear skeleton. I still think he's the next best one. This young man right here, have your third out in this particular division. Oh. Get out here for your selection of fourth overall in this particular division. There was a really good class that I thought was really fun, had a lot of quality all the way through. Young man's fourth in that class will be your fourth out in this division.
All right, Division 3, medium weight class 1. This is your gate call. LJ Hansen, Rutley Hansen, Reagan Allen, Sage Wells, Kobe Haas. Division 3, medium weight class 1. LJ Hansen, Rutley Hansen, Reagan Allen, Sage Wells, Kobe Haas. Final results, Division 2, lightweights. 6th, Kelby Wells. 5th, Cade Clark. 4th goes to Fletcher Hansen. 3rd, Rutley Hansen. Your reserve, Peyton Ramza. And your champion, lightweight, Hayden Hubbard. Just want to remind all of our exhibitors and parents, our good friends at Hot Shots Photography are going to be taking pictures all day long of the livestock action. They can do all kinds of awesome things, collages, posters, whatever you need. And their booth is going to be located right in the lobby. And all pictures are available immediately following each show. Make sure, go check out all of the action shots from Hot Shots Photography. Also, all FFA exhibitors, make sure you get a picture in front of the backdrop with your animal. Again, all FFA, please get a picture in front of the backdrop with your animal. Got a quick break in the action, ladies and gentlemen. I want to encourage everyone to attend the FFA Livestock Sale 7 p.m. this Friday at Cheyenne Frontier Days headquarters. Going to be a new venue. Inviting everybody to register for that. All of our buyers to register for the FFA Livestock Sale of Champions. And then right here on Saturday morning at 9 a.m., we've got our 4-H Livestock Sale. Come out and support all of our youth and their hard work and the future leaders of agriculture. And as always, thank you guys very much for attending the 2025 Laramie County Fair. And again, we want to thank our Buckle sponsors for all of our swine shows today, including Factory, Direct Trailer Sales, Cowboy Sanitation, LLC, Lembit's Livestock, LLC, Burkett Family, and Burkett Show Pigs, and the Laramie County Fair Office Assistants. Thank you guys all for supporting youth in agriculture by being a Buckle sponsor. All right, entering the show ring, Division III medium weight, Class 1, LJ Hansen, Rutley Hansen, Reagan Allen, Sage Wells, and Kobe Hawes.
Another very nice class out here, a third division, the first class. And I will tell you, I think that there's differences among each of these pigs. This young lady's Baron needs to sort up in my mind. That one's the stoutest when you get in behind him, the stoutest when you get up on top of him, and then he maintains the most true squareness to the base of his rear leg in terms of his rear skeleton and how he's built behind. He's not quite wide enough in his chest, and I wish he was a little looser in his range of motion, but he's burly, he's big-backed, and he's got a lot of substance. That's why he wins this particular class. I like this young man's bear right here in front of me. He's long-necked, and he's neat in front of his blade. I actually think he's got some spread and mass. I like those things about him. He's a little off in terms of his ham loin, and then he'll push out just a bit in terms of his stifle and rear leg. But I think that bear has some really nice pieces. Love his skull, love his feature. The young man's gilt that comes next here, I really like that pig from just a balance standpoint, a freshness standpoint. I think all those things are really good. I think that's the squarest of what's offered in this particular class. To me, she runs out of true mass, and then she ran out of flexibility as well. But certainly a nice skill to be there in third. I thought 4 and 5 were close in this particular class. The young man that comes out in 4 has one that's very, very heavy in terms of muscle, very, very big in terms of hip and power behind. To me, that one wasn't built good enough or didn't balance good enough. And then the young lady's in 5th right there. Really nice in terms of feature, arm, and substance are all real good. Too narrow underneath and closed up in terms of foundation. Very nice class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they go ahead and exit, please.
All right, gate call, Division 3, medium weight class 2, Haley Cooper, LJ Hansen, Ariana Crawford, Thomas Rigby, Adrian Roop, Riley Veteran, Serenity Burke. Once again, gate call, Division 3, medium class weight 2. Results, medium weight class 1. In 5th, Sage Wells. 4th, Rutley Hansen. 3rd, Leander Hansen. 2nd, Kobe Haas. And in 1st, Reagan Allen. All right, coming into the ring, medium weight class 2, Haley Cooper, LJ Hansen, Ariana Crawford, Thomas Rigby, Adrian Roop, Riley Vetter, and Serenity Burkett.
Very nice class in this particular class, and I think that you just step back and you study them for what they are. I think that the young lady's all black gilt right here is the one I land on. She's the heaviest featured. She's the squarest off either end of her skeleton. She's big in her pin set, yet square behind, and still comfortable in terms of how she uses her hind leg and her skeleton. Obviously, she is a vocal pig. I understand that. I wish she was a little smoother up front, but I thought she was the most powerful square option who still used her skeletal angles, especially out of her rear skeleton, the best. I thought it was close between what remained. This one right here is the freshest option of what remained. I think that this particular bear is fresh in terms of his look, good in terms of his rib cage. He needs to be just a little looser, but I thought he stayed square behind. I like that. The young lady's gilt that comes next in this particular class, great utilization and range of motion out of her hip and hind leg, a really loose skeleton behind with a square shape up high. I thought she got a little flat in terms of her forearm, a little flat in terms of her rib cage, but she uses her build really, really well. The young lady's one that comes next here, that is a stout power hog that's really bulky and dense. I thought at the same time you get in behind that bear, he's one that pushes out in terms of his rear skeleton. I didn't see him just good enough in terms of his head, neck, and crest. That become my concern. I thought of what remained, and the three that remained, the young man's belted one right here had the heaviest feature and most substance and the best and most appropriate build. The young man's right here, I thought had just a bit more in terms of muscle shape. I thought was a little harder ribbed, and the young lady's had a little more in terms of hip and spread to her hip and stifle, but was the hardest and driest in terms of rib and body. Very nice set of them. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors. We'll get you the top 6 in this particular division.
All right, medium weight division, class 2. In 6th, Adrian Rupke. Oh, excuse me, 7th, Ariana Crawford. 6th, Adrian Rupke. 5th, Thomas Rigby. 4th, Haley Cooper. 3rd, Serenity Burkett. 2nd, Leander Hansen. 1st, Riley Vetter. Now in the ring, your medium weight division finalists.
Really good pair out here for your champion in reserve in the medium weight division. I think they're both very nice in terms of what they bring to the table. Same time, one of them's bulkier, stouter, got a bigger rear leg. Young lady's all black one, going to be your champion in the middleweight division. Drop the second behind our eventual champion out. I just talked about that pig. Really good in terms of proportions, really good in terms of lines. I didn't know if his hind leg moved just good enough. There's one that's equipped with a bit more in terms of shape and still uses his hind leg a notch better. Young ladies is going to be reserved in this particular division. Drop the second behind our reserve out, and that pig fits right in. There's another one that I thought was really close. Young man right here, have your third out in this particular division. For fourth out in this division, we've got the second in our first class versus the third in our second class. They're different in what they bring to the table. One of them's a little bulkier, one of them's a little longer. I think they're really close. My next favorite, the young man right here, have your fourth out in this division. We dropped the third out behind our eventual fourth out in this particular division. This is a close decision. There's another one of them uses his her hind leg a little better, just a little bit more fluid in terms of motion. Young lady right here, have your fifth out in this division.
You weren't still driving, buddy? I was?
Yeah, well, we're still driving because we got 6. We got 2 6, and so it's between this one and that one. Last decision in this particular division, you've got the young man's third in the first class, real good muscle shape, real good power, little tight behind, versus the young lady's fourth in the... What's that? Which one's this? Yes, that makes sense. Sorry about that. We've got the young man's belted one right here that was third. Real nice looking and real good in terms of freshness, but a little tight in terms of skeleton. We've got a nice decision between a bulky, massive one and then kind of a neater looking one. I like the bulky, massive one to be 6th in this particular division. Let's congratulate this young lady.
Perfect.
What do we got? Heavyweights and then super heavyweights?
We got heavies.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our final results from our medium weights. In 6th, Haley Cooper. 5th, Serenity Burkett. 4th, Colby Haas. 3rd, Leander Hansen. Your reserve goes to Reagan Allen, and your champion, medium weight hog, Riley Vetter. All right, coming into the ring is going to be our Division 4 heavyweight. Exhibited Reese West, Haley Cooper, Macy Lee Master, Serenity Burkett, Taya Thompson, Alexandria Krogan, Kale Brenton, Kenzie Lloyd, Michaela Curlis, and Serenity Burkett.
Excellent top end here. Excellent top end. And I think that there's a debate among each of them, but then there's just a way that they have to go, and I'm very comfortable with what we've got done here. This young man's black-faced bear right here, the high-end show bear in a lot of ways. I think he's square in terms of his chest. He's broad in his back. He's good in terms of his hip, and his hind leg reach and mobility is by far the cleanest and most effective. I think that bear is really good in a lot of areas. I won't tell you that he is just overwhelming in terms of width behind, but he's dead square, and he's got spread, and he's got width of chest. Nice bear to go ahead and win this particular class. I like the young lady's bear that's in second here, because I think that bear is as soft-middled, big and pliable in his center, and just soft as anything we've seen today. I think at the same time, when you study his front arm and his front ankle relative to what he packs up high, he runs out just a little bit. I think he's just a little bit more compositionally challenged, but I will tell you, to make a bear that's that comfortable at this heavy weight, very well done in those regards. I thought he had more real body and mass compared to the one in third. This one in third, I really like things about. I will tell you, he's sharper shaped, better in terms of turn, better in terms of muscle shape and expression, wider at his sternum than what I thought the one in second was. I thought at the same time this particular gill wasn't as big in her hind leg. I didn't think she used her hind leg as effectively, but I really like her composition. I really like what she represents in those regards. Very nice top three there. Very fun set of them at the top end. Young lady that winds up in fourth gets there because I kept driving this pig, and he's just a very nice skill. Comfortable, good in terms of feature, maybe not as aggressively shaped as the ones that precede her in class. The young man that comes out here next in fifth, I certainly think has maybe a bit more in terms of freshness of muscle shape and spread up high. I thought that one was too tight in terms of her hip, tight in terms of her rear skeleton. The one in sixth right here, I really like in terms of back spread. I thought of what remained, that one had the most muscle shape, too plain and generic relative to upward movement in this class. A pair of blues that cover pliability and softness of rib very well. I thought this one was a little square. I thought this one got a little tighter and frailer in terms of ankle and feature relative to what's in front of him. The gilt right here, really good in terms of hip, really good in terms of power, too upright in terms of her shoulder, and tight in terms of her hip. The young lady's belted one right here, very nice in terms of build and proportions from the side, a little bit plainer from a muscle standpoint. And then the young lady's blue that closes, long, extended, nice from those regards, just a little flatter and lighter dimension. Very nice class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they go ahead and exit, please.
All right, extra heavyweight class 1. This is your gate call. Extra heavyweight class 1. Adam Poma, Ashton Rigby, Riley West, Kinsley Nussbaum, Peyton Ramza, Anthony Rupert. This is your gate call.
2 extra heavyweight classes?
Yep.
Your final results from your heavyweight class: in 6th, Haley Cooper. 5th, Serenity Burkett. 4th, Taya Thompson. 3rd, Serenity Burkett. Your reserve goes to Michaela Curlis, and your champion FFA heavyweight hog goes to Reese West. We need Ashton Rigby and Kinsley Nussbaum to the gate. Extra heavyweight class 1. Ashton Rigby, Kinsley Nussbaum.
How many dukes do we have right now? Well, I would say do like, say, if you were division champion reserves, be thinking about it. Or getting your animals ready, but don't come up yet. You got to do a final drive.
Yeah.
Like an overall. And then
On your mind.
be thinking about
All
yours.
you want. So, champs and reserves, start thinking about coming to the gate.
Yeah.
All swine exhibitors, if you were a champ or reserve, have it in the back of your mind to be getting ready to move to the gate for our final drive. Also, FFA chapters, start thinking about your chapter pen of threes. Coming into the ring now, your extra heavy weight class 1, Adam Pulma, Ashton Rigby, Riley West, Kinsley Nussbaum, Peyton Ramza, and Anthony Rupert.
First class, the super heavyweights out here, non-negotiable, non-debatable winner. Be interesting to see how he stacks up in a second. Best hind leg we've seen all day, tallest fronted we've seen all day. Don't know where he's going to be at in terms of muscular adjectives relative to what we've seen to this point. Very high quality built show pig though, like that blue bear quite well. Young lady's gilt right here is really fresh. I will tell you from her stifle forward, I love that pig. Big square chest, big back, everything works in her extremely well. She gets a little out there relative to where she sits in her stifle and rear leg, but a nice pig to be in second. A little heavier feature and a little heavier duty describe the one that's going to come in third here. I like that pig in terms of mass and spread, and she's a little bigger in her hip. I thought at the same time she gets a little out there and how she handles her rear skeleton, that becomes my concern. I thought it was close between 4, 5, and 6. 4 gets there because of what remained. That's the biggest, best hind leg with a stout tail root. 5 is one that's maybe a little heavier muscled up high. I thought just a little plainer in terms of pattern and look. And then 6 is one that's really good shaped and high cutability, but too narrow off either end of their skeleton. Very nice class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they go ahead and exit, please.
All right, extra heavy, weight class 1. Results on that one. In 6th, Ashton Rigby. 5th, Adam Pulma. In 4th, Anthony Rupert. 3rd, Kinsley Nussbaum. 2nd, Peyton Ramza. 1st, Riley West. Coming into the ring, extra heavy, weight class 2. Slate Hunter, Macy Lee Master, Abigail James, Kel Schnell, Sage Wells, Ryan Allard and Serenity Burkett.
Good way to finish our FFA Market Hog show as far as the individuals go. Very nice bear to go ahead and start. Bulky and massive up high. Good in terms of his squareness and good in terms of the use of his hind leg. He's maybe not just as fresh as what I want him to be right there in the seam of his hip or right there at the base of his flank, but I certainly think that bear has muscle, power, and dimension and does it with an extra shot of feature. The young lady's predominantly black bear right here in front of me, I think is really good from a muscle shape standpoint. I like that bear's true turn up high, or that gilt's true turn up high. I like that gilt's extra muscle turn and freshness. I thought she was just a little tighter in terms of her hip, a little more upright in terms of her shoulder and how she was built up front, but a nice gilt to be there in second. Honestly, I thought 3, 4, and 5 in this class were challenging. This bear has the biggest legs and the biggest back of what was offered. I thought that was what allowed that bear to sort into third here. I like things about this blue that come next because I think that's a soft-sided, kind of square-backed one that actually has some arm. I think at the same time, that pig gets a little flat in terms of her body shape and just a little bit more generic in that regard, but a nice job to that young lady with her bluegill. This one that comes next, I really like in terms of pliability. I come out and I thought to myself, boy, that's a nice built, nice pattern bear that's really good in terms of his finish. I like those things about him. To me, he got just a little bit out there in terms of how he used his hind leg, and then he was just a little bit wasty in terms of his lower third of his body. I could correct his composition just a notch to move him up, but a nice bear right there. I thought 6 was one that was really good in terms of pliability. At the same time, I thought that one didn't come at me strong enough in terms of foot feature and width to chest. 7, maybe a little more muscle shape than the one in 6, but just a little bit flatter in terms of design. Maybe a shot more in terms of feature, but just too narrow off either end. Nice job to all those exhibitors. Let's congratulate them as they go ahead and exit, please.
All right, weight class winners there. In 7th, Kale Schnell. 6th, Abigail James. 5th, Sage Wells. 4th, Macy Lee Master. 3rd, Serenity Burkett. 2nd, Slate Hunter. And 1st, Ryan Allred.
Out here in our last division of the day, in the super heavyweights for the FFA Market Auction Show. Got a nice pair of bears. I truly believe that. But I will tell you, among the nice pair of bears, the one that's longer and looser out of his hip, leveler in his design, and got a shot more in terms of feature, Young Man's Blue easily wins this division. Let's congratulate him, please. You know, it becomes a bit more interesting out here for reserve, to be quite honest with you. And I think that as you study them, there's differences. The all-black one is maybe a little bit bigger in terms of spread up high, heavier in terms of feature, and got a more appropriate posture to his hind leg. He's a little tight out here, and I talked about his composition just a second ago. I told you in class, the thin-belted one right here, from her front third, or front 2/3 forward, I love that pig. I think she struggles just a little bit behind. The one I'm more comfortable with in terms of set and substance of rear leg, young ladies all black, be your reserve in this division. Drop our second behind our eventual reserve out here for selection of your 3rd overall. I told you just a second ago that pig is really good shape, really good in terms of muscle expression, a little upright in terms of shoulder. Interesting from that regard. I think you have trade-offs among the next 2, but I think that my 3rd favorite, young ladies thin belt, be 3rd out in this division. Drop the 3rd out behind our eventual, first and second in that particular class, and that's a heavy muscled pig, got a real big rear leg. I think she's a little tight in terms of her rear skeleton and a little lower set to the ground. I think it's a close decision. I'm going to go with the taller fronted, neater shaped one. That's the young ladies over there. She'll be your 4th out in this division. Just to keep everyone up to speed, this is the pair of 3rds in the 1st and 2nd class in the super heavyweight division here. I actually think, interestingly enough, they have similarities. One of them is maybe just a bit, wider chested. One of them's just a bit bigger in terms of rear leg. That's the young ladies right here. Should be your next one. We drop our 4th out in that 1st class, and this is for selection of your 6th overall in this particular division. I think it's really close. There's another one that was close in contention just a second ago. Young man over here, have your 6th out in this particular division.
Do you want to make an announcement for I have a list put together. If that's
And we need all champs and reserves from weight divisions, right?
All
All division champs and reserves. Please make your way to the gates. All champion and reserves, please make your way to the gates.
So I would just say that's from super lightweights.
Yep.
That's
Super lights, Reagan Allen and Blair Sanchez. Lightweight, Hayden Hubbard and Peyton Ramza. Medium weight, Riley Veteran, Reagan Allen. Heavyweight, Reese West and Michaela Curlis. And our extra heavyweight, Riley West and Ryan Allard.
And this was champion heavyweights, right?
All right, your results from your extra heavyweight class in 6th, Leigh Hunter. 5th, Kinsley Nussbaum. 4th, Serenity Burkett. 3rd, Peyton Ramza. Your reserve goes to Ryan Allard, and your champion extra heavyweight FFA hog goes to Riley West.
bring it on. Alrighty.
Well, first and foremost, let's put our hands together and congratulate all 5 of our exhibitors out here. Excellent set of FFA market hogs, and I'm really impressed to come to a county fair and to split your shows up and have FFA and 4-H. This is an excellent set of them, and I'm really pleased with what we have, and I think we've come a long way through a lot of good pigs, and so my hat's off to you guys for a job well done. I think as it comes down out here, I think that there's 2 of them that sort up in my mind, 2 of them that better capture the essence of build that I'm after, 2 of them that are probably just a bit more athletic in terms of their skeleton, and then there's differences among that pair of them. One of them's maybe a little longer necked and taller fronted, one of them's maybe a little bulkier in terms of forerib and spread behind, but I think they're really close. I think that they're very good pigs. My personal favorite, young man right here, have your champion in this division. Drop the second behind our eventual champion out, and that black-headed bear over there fits right in, man. He's really good in terms of just his mass and body. I didn't know if he was compositionally just exactly where I wanted to be. There's another one. I thought hind leg quality. I thought build from the side was really good. I questioned in class just a second ago, is he going to have enough spread? Where do you sit on that? I thought there was one that was just a bit bulkier, but build quality and look from the side. The next best, the blue that won the last division there, be your reserve. Nice job, buddy. Nice job, guys.
All right, results here overall. FFA Market Hog in reserve, exhibited by Riley West, and your champion, exhibited by Reese West.
Yep.
All right, FFA chapter, pen of threes. FFA chapter, get your pen of threes. Once again, FFA chapters, get your pens of threes. Pens of threes. Following our FFA chapter pen of threes, we're going to be taking a 20-minute break to reset for our 4-H Market Swine Show. Order is going to go AOBs, all purebreds, alphabetical, and then our crossbred. Once again, taking a 20-minute break after our FFA chapter pen of threes. Rolling AOB, all purebred, alphabetical, and then last will be our crossbred. As we're breaking really quick, once again, I want to thank all of our buckle sponsors for our swine shows. FFA Factory, Direct Trailer Sales, Cowboy Sanitation, Lembitz Livestock, Burkett Family, and Burkett Show Pigs, and our Laramie County Fair Office Assistants. And a big shout out to all of our Laramie County Fair ambassadors for all the hard work that they're doing. Phoebe Hinkle, Brody Medina, Caitlin Schnell, and Nevaeh Sloan. And as well, ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you're seeing in the show ring today, make sure you register as a buyer for our FFA Livestock Sale of Champions. Going to be held this Friday, 7 p.m. at Cheyenne Frontier Days headquarters, where the past meets the future. Once again, our FFA Livestock Sale of Champions this Friday. And then we're going to jump right into the 4-H Livestock Sale this Saturday, starting at 9 a.m. right here at the Event Center in Archer. We're asking all of our buyers, please come out and support our youth livestock exhibitors. This is the future of agriculture. We need Ryan Allred. No pig. Ryan Allred. No pig. Just the kid. To the gate. We need Sage Wells to the gate. Sage Wells.
With pig or no pig? With pig?
With your hog. Sage Wells with your hog to the gate. For your FFA pig. For your pen of 3. Needing Sage Wells and her pig. Representing the High Plains FFA. As we get ready, we're going to have a great showdown for our FFA chapter pen of 3s. We've got chapters from Burns FFA, High Plains FFA, Frontier FFA, Pine Bluffs FFA, and Horse Creek Middle. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys go and check out our friends at Hot Shots Photography, located right behind us in the lobby. Hot Shots Photography can do all of the fun creations, posters. So make sure you go and check them out, our friends at Hot Shots Photography. And again, all of our FFA exhibitors making sure that you guys go and get your picture taken with a backdrop.
There's going to be 5 chapters.
And once again, we're going to have 5 FFA chapter pens of 3. 5 FFA chapters coming out with our pens of 3. Burns FFA, High Plains, Frontier, Pine Bluffs, and Horse Creek Middle.
Out here for our champion through 5th overall FFA chapter groups. I think it's an excellent group of them. I think there's one real close decision to be made, and I think that it probably merits some debate, but I think that there's a non-debatable, logical champion in this particular group. This group of young exhibitors over here will have your champion group of 3 chapter, a great set, very uniform, very high quality, very nice job. Let's give them a big round of applause as they go ahead and exit. I thought it was closer for 2nd and 3rd, and honestly, 2nd and 3rd become between that group over there and that group over there. They're a little more uniform. They had a little more quality. They'll be 2nd. That group over there will be 3rd. This group right here will be 4th, and that group over there will be 5th. Tremendous set of group of 3s. Let's give them a big round of applause as they go ahead and exit, please.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, results from your FFA chapter pin of 3. In 5th, Horse Creek Middle. In 4th goes to Pine Bluffs FFA. 3rd, High Plains FFA. Your reserve, Frontier FFA, and your champion, pin of 3, Burns FFA. Let me rephrase that. Your champion team, the Burns FFA. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for coming out and supporting your Laramie County FFA chapters. We're going to be taking a 20-minute break, and then we'll jump right into our 4-H Market Swine Show. Once again, order's going to go AOB, all purebred by alphabet, and then we'll roll right into crosses right after a 20-minute break. And again, thank you for attending the 2025 Laramie County Fair.
Will the first class of senior showmanship please make your way to the holding pins? First class of senior showmanship.
Every swine exhibitor needs to have their back numbers visible. Okay, we are starting with 4-H senior swine showmanship. Should have in holding pens Rutley Hansen, Jackson Ketchum, Anthony Rupert, Peyton Ramza, Atreyu Anderson, Reagan Allen, Macy Leemaster, Riley West, Blair Sanchez, Selena Millhouse, Lily Lewis, and Thomas Rigby. The order of the showmanship: senior, intermediate, junior. If you are interested in Pee Wee showmanship, come to the announcers table so we can sign you up. Thomas Rigby, your showmanship class is waiting. Start bringing Heat 2 Senior Swine Showmanship to the holding pens. Leander Hansen, Cooper Sanchez, Nevaeh Sloan, Regan DeBall, Abigail James, Kinsley Nussbaum, Serenity Burkett, Ryan Allred, Michaela Curlis, Cade Clark, Maya Alonzo, Ashton Rigby.
Very good set of showmen here in our first heat of senior showmanship. I've got 4 pinned back to rework. We're going to go ahead and dismiss the rest. Let's give them a big round of applause as they head on out, please.
Can you hear me when I talk on that thing? Yeah. Oh. Hold on, let me see. Oh, that's because it's so quiet. I think I'm turning it up. There we go. Okay. You can turn it down if that's up. But anyway, I still need Reagan DeBall and Michaela Curlis. Unless they just came on, I was like...
We need Reagan DeBall and Michaela Curlis to the holding pens. If you have completed your sale consignment cards, get those turned in as soon as possible, so then we can get the sell order started. Heat 3 for 4-H senior swine showmanship. Be making your way to the holding pens. Adrian Repke, Hayden Hubbard, Gage Bennett, Keegan Moore, Jack Thomas, David Wiggum, Avery Moore, Case Bennett, Wyatt Crutchen, Ariana Crawford, Ashley Smith, Houston Johnson, Reese West.
Another excellent heat. I kept 4 again, so we have a total of 8 pinned back. Let's give these kids headed back to the barn a big round of applause for a job well done, please.
If I have any senior showmanship in the building except for swine, swine and beef right now, and you're going to participate in the round robin contest, see Midori Spats over by the 4-H office so we can get you signed up. Okay, Heat 1 of intermediate swine showmanship. Alice Martins, Cal Snell, Luke Fagler, Kobe Haas, Fletcher Hansen, Harper Jeffrey, Alexandra Krogan, Haley Kopetsky, Bryson Walls, Stacy Hayes, Cale Breton.
Really excellent set of showmen still in the ring out here. I kept 2 back to complete our 10 for our championship division and the senior division here. Really nice set of showmen. Let's give all these exhibitors headed back a big round of applause, please. Well, let's start with a big round of applause for all of our senior showmanship top 10, please. Excellent set of showmen, and it's interesting because with the overlap of the FFA show, it's a little bit like deja vu judging out here and figuring them out and putting them together. But at the same time, I told myself before we started that I made a conscious decision to say, hey, I'm going to wipe the slate clean and let the showmen come at me again and kind of just start from zero, because I think that that's important. I will tell you, I'm very aware that the same three showmen sorted up in this particular division, but I think that they're all different in their styles out here, and I think it's kind of a new, different show. Among them, I think that there's a showman that I think is very strong and consistent, an excellent showman in terms of their ability to be at the right pace, be at the right place, and exhibit their pigs extremely well. Calm, cool, and collected. Their particular pig got just a little tired toward the end, but certainly a very nice job. This time, that young man is going to be your champion in this particular division. I thought it was just a bit closer out here for your second and third, and honestly, I think that the small nitpicky things, I think one of them gets a little bit closer. One of them wants to kind of do something a little interesting with their whip and kind of roll it up there. One of them's just a little bit better in terms of their ring presence out here. Got a little far away from the start. Young man in the light blue over here will be your reserve. Young man in the green will be your third out. Tremendous set in the top three. I thought that 4, 5, 6, and 7, and 8, 9, and 10 were excellent in their own right. Young lady in 4, she is so easy to watch and so good at eye contact, and she's so consistent out here. I didn't think she had the intensity of her contemporaries, but I thought she did an excellent job of being strong, smooth, and consistent. Very, very well done on her part. This young lady right here has one that when she gets dialed in, she made a pass at me, and her chest view and eye contact was absolutely outstanding and tremendous. I thought she did a great job at that. I thought she faded just a little bit to the edges and didn't probably stay in front of me quite as much, but a tremendous job to that young showman. This one is one that's so easy to watch, smooth, consistent, and just really good. I need her to dial up the intensity just a little bit to move forward. Young lady right here, I think does an excellent job of presenting her pigs, head, carriage, and making things go. I didn't think she was as smooth as a couple of her contemporaries, but a tremendous job here. This young man's really, really good at making just consistent passes. I didn't think he handled his whip as well as what I liked, but certainly an excellent job to him. Young lady in the red shirt, really intense, really good at that regard. I didn't know if she was in front of me as much. And then the young man that closes, he's as aggressive and fast-paced of his showman. I probably need him to relax just a little bit out here, but certainly a very, very nice set of showmen. Excellent work to all of them. Give them a big round of applause as they exit, please.
Okay, to the holding pens, I need Heat 2 Intermediate Swine Showmanship. Violet Conklin, Trayton Bruce, Caroline Clark, Hudson Wright, Sawyer Smith, Kinsey Lloyd, Kelby Walls, Jane Eller, Kason Bowman, Paris Ware. Results of your 4-H swine senior showmanship. 10th place, Cooper Sanchez. 9th, Reagan Allen. 8th, Cade Clark. 7, Blair Sanchez. 6, Peyton Ramza. 5, Ryan Allred. 4, Michaela Curlis. 3rd was Reese West. Reserve champion Riley West. Champion exhibit by Hayden Hubbard.
First set of intermediates, a great set of them. I've got 2 pinned back. We're going to go ahead and dismiss the rest. Let's give them a big round of applause as they go ahead and exit, please.
Okay, to the holding pens, I need Heat 3 of Intermediate Swine Showmanship. Avery Anderson, Mitchell Tate, Slate Hunter, Adam Polma, Riley Vetter, Logan Fegler, Sawyer Smith, Taya Thompson, Grayson Hesser, Kimber Allen.
Another really nice set of them. I've got 2 pinned back to come back for the finals. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause as they go ahead and exit, please. There's nothing that says I have to have 10, right?
No, no. And really, top 6. Yeah.
last heat of intermediate showman, and I opted to keep 3 in this particular heat, and I think it's a nice set of them. Let's give all these kiddos that are headed back a big round of applause as they go ahead and exit, please.
Okay. The junior leaders are currently set up to do their ice cream social. They are at this door and the middle door. So if you want free ice cream, you can go get free ice cream.
And I tell you what, that's not fair to our intermediate exhibitors. They're going to be last in line for the free ice cream. But certainly there's a great set of intermediate exhibitors out here, and I think they do an absolutely awesome job. Let's put our hands together for our intermediate exhibitors, please. Awesome work to them. I think that they're fun to watch. I think it comes down to a pair of them. And honestly, I think that pair is different in what they bring to the table. I crouched down over there and just studied and watched. And I think one of them, I think that this particular showman maybe makes a couple of hand gestures and hand positions that I don't love. But I think that their showmanship style in terms of their eye contact, they're hunkered down. They always have their pig presented perfectly. Excellent job. This young man in the orange is going to be your champion in this particular division. That's to take nothing away from the young lady that's going to be in reserve. I think she does an awesome job of eye contact. I think when she wants that pig to go, she'll sometimes hit a little harder, and I think that starts to get that pig to pop up in his spine just a little bit. But an excellent job. Young lady in the blue will be reserve in this particular division. Young lady right here is going to be in third, and her eye contact and intensity is the best in this particular division. I think at the same time, she doesn't get quite as much out of that pig as what I thought the champion in reserve did. Excellent job to her. Young man in the green stripes is going to be in fourth, and I think he is one that's calm, cool, and collected, very relaxed. I think at times he'll get just a little heavier with how he uses the whip. The young lady in the pink is going to be next, and she's as consistent as any. I need her to be just a little closer to me and probably a little more aggressive relative to her contemporaries. Young lady in the blue, when she makes good passes, they're as good as anybody. I loved her first impression. As she faded the longer we were out here, I needed her to probably get just a bit closer to me. Young man right here, I love how he manages his whip. I love how he drives his pig. I probably just need his presentation to come up just a little bit, and I think we can work forward. Tremendous job to all those showmen. One more big round of applause for him.
To the holding pens, I need Heat 1. Junior Swine Showmanship, Holden Hubbard, Jacob Holma, Riker Still, Braden Vetter, Livia Wright, Sawyer Koppel, Kinsley Curlis, Tommy Malhot. Riker Still to the holding pens for Junior Swine Showmanship. to the holding pens. I need Heat 2, Junior Swine Showmanship, Micaiah Wright, Cooper Zolman, Clayton Boyzot, McKenna Hesser, Camden Wilson, McKinley Fagler, Kennedy Snell, Sadie Kraft, Rose Lacey, Coyer Bowman.
Can you announce that Pee Wee will be immediately following the last class of junior?
Pee Wee Showmanship will be directly after the last class of Junior Swine Showmanship.
Probably not. Yeah, but he should already been in there, so I don't know why they told me that. Are you still good with the payout?
Yeah,
Okay.
if that's okay with you,
Yeah.
did it work?
Yeah. 600, 300 apiece. I need a vacation.
Because I gave it to you already.
I know. I know.
I can go get more if they need it. It's a state fair trip that goes to me every year.
I even asked Craig the other day, I said, you want to run up to State Fair just for the day and maybe watch a show? Nope.
8 showmen out here in our first class of juniors, and really a great set of them. I kept 4 back, and I think that they're very good showmen. We're going to go ahead and dismiss the ones in the ring. I talked to each of them individually. My general comments for them: eye contact maybe needs to improve, and staying in the center of the ring and being in control. But they did an excellent job. Let's give them a big round of applause as they head out, please.
The underweight class will be the last class of the day. Underweights will be the last class.
Another really good set of showmen in our junior division, and I've got 3 kept back from this particular division. Excellent set of them. We're going to go ahead and dismiss the rest. I think that they do a great job of keeping their pigs moving. Need to either improve on eye contact or staying in the center. Tremendous job. Give them a big round of applause as they exit, please.
Okay, in Heat 3, 4-H Junior Swine Showmanship, the following individuals should be in holding pens: David Heinert, Parker McKinney, Audrey Looning, Benjamin Anderson, Kane Hayes, Waylon Furry, Brady McKinney, Ribby Wolfley, Elena Marino. Elena Marino, once again, your heat of Junior Swine Showman is in the ring. Okay, Pee Wee Showmanship to the holding pens. Pee Wee Showmanship. That would be Tally Joe Cam, Cadence Wilson, Caroline Boyzot, Bentley Hunter, Emma Kraft, Lily Lacey, R.J. Steele, Brogan Weber, Daughtry Koppel, Millie Koppel, Anna Heinert, Blakely DeWalt, Elliot Mayat, and Cannon Faree.
Very nice set, and now we have a total of 10 pin back for our championship selection in our junior division. Great set of kiddos still in the ring out here. Let's give them a big round of applause as they go ahead and exit, please. Well, first off, let's put our hands together for an outstanding set of junior showmen out here. I'm going to be real honest with you and real frank. I got out here and we had 10 of them, and I said, boy, this is challenging, this is tough, and this is exciting. And so I think among them, I think that there's a tremendously bright future in Laramie County. I think you guys should be excited about the showmen that you guys produce, and I think that you have a bright future in your swine show. Excellent, excellent set of kiddos. I do think among them, there's one particular showman that just rises to the top. Their ability to make eye contact, their ability to be at the right place and not miss a beat the entire time. This young lady right here will be your champion in this particular division. I thought it was close for reserve. There's a young man that's really consistent, really smooth. Pink shirt right there is going to be your reserve in this particular division. That leaves third for the young man in the green. Awesome, awesome job. Faded to the back just a little bit. Let's give all three of those showmen a huge round of applause, please. Come out here for fourth, and this young lady is one that her eye contact and intensity of eye contact is excellent. I love how she uses her hand. At the same time, she's one that maybe got a little close to me toward the end and got up in some interesting situations, but excellent job. Awesome eye contact. Keep up the good work. This young man right here in fifth, he is as smooth and consistent as anybody. I thought toward the end he faded just a little bit. The young man right here, I absolutely love his showmanship style in terms of his eye contact and his intensity. I thought at times he didn't have quite as smooth and consistent drives from the pig as what I wanted. Excellent job to you, young man. This young lady right here, when she gets hunkered down and drives, is absolutely awesome. The problem is sometimes we'll fade to the edges just a little bit, but tremendous, tremendous job to that young lady. This young man, I really, really like his ability to make eye contact. I love how he uses his whip. I think that's excellent. At the same time, I could get him to relax his off arm just a little bit right there, and I think we could have moved up. This young man, when he gets hunkered down and going, I think his eye contact and the way he positions his pig's head is second to none. He didn't have as strong a first impression as some of his contemporaries, but I thought he did a really, really nice job. A very consistent showman that has a really nice pace to her particular style. I thought she faded to the back just a little bit, but tremendous job to all those kiddos. Let's give them a big round of applause one more time as they go ahead and exit. Okay, we're going to kind of split the Pee Wee Showman up into two separate heats so nobody gets ring sour and we don't have a lot of kids having bad experiences. This is an awesome class and a great event for these kids. They're all having a blast and they're all enjoying, well, with one exception, they're all enjoying themselves and really enjoying their time out here. Let's give them a big round of applause for a job really well done. Another really excellent set of them out here in Pee Wee Showmanship. Let's all give them another huge round of applause. We'll get through the third heat. One more big round of applause for them, please.
Okay, this will be our first call for AOB Class 1. Macy Leemaster, Wyatt Crutchen.
Another awesome set of Pee Wee showmanship in our last round here. Let's give all these kiddos a very, very big round of applause for a job well done. Awesome set of Pee Wee showmanship. Excited to get into the Market Hogs. Did you call the Burke's first class? I have not.
Okay, be bringing your Burke Class 1 to the holding pens. Waylon Faree, Rose Lacey, Danielle Metalla, Kimber Allen, Gage Bennett, Sadie Kraft, Mitchell Tate, Ariana Crawford, Anthony Rupert, Luke Fegler, Alexandra Krogan.
Very nice pair to start our Market Hog show here. And this young lady's white down-eared one is going to win this particular division. Burly, stout, and muscular. I think he's got just a bit more in terms of width to his back and width to his hip. He needs to be a little cleaner under his throat and could have a touch more in terms of bone, but I like what that pig represents. Young man's Tamworth appearing one right here. Long, level, lean, and good back shape. I just didn't think there was enough substance and mass in that particular Market Hog to move her on up. Very nice pair of them. Let's give both of our AOB exhibitors a big round of applause, please.
Second call, Burke, Class 1. Waylon Faree, Rose Lacey, Danielle Metalla, Kimber Allen, Gage Bennett, Sadie Kraft, Mitchell Tate, Ariana Crawford, Anthony Rupert, Luke Fagler, Alexandra Krogan. Second class of Burks can start heading to the holding pens. Slate Hunter, Reagan DeBall, Audrey Looning, Tommy Maylott, Harper Jeffrey, Kinsley Curlis, Riker Steele, Serenity Burkett, Adrian Repke, Trayton Bruce. Second call to start bringing Burke Class 2 to the holding pens. Slate Hunter, Reagan DeBall, Audrey Looning, Tommy Maylott, Harper Jeffrey, Kinsley Curlis, Riker Steele, Serenity Burkett, Adrian Repke, Trayton Bruce. Anthony Rupert, you are in the ring right now with your Class 1 Burke. We are doing all of the purebreds before the crosses. All purebreds before crosses. Should be Class 2. Okay, in the holding pen should be Class 2. Burks, Slate Hunter, Reagan DeBall, Audrey Looning, Tommy Maylott, Harper Jeffrey, Kinsley Curlis, Riker Still, Serenity Burke, Adrian Rupke, Traden Bruce.
I think a nice set of Berkshires to start, and a lot of sort and discrepancy among them. And honestly, probably not one I just am real comfortable tying to, but I think nice pieces and parts. The young man in the far corner is going to have your class winner, big-bodied, good in terms of power and width, and still square behind. Describe him. The young lady's gilts maybe a bit taller fronted, maybe a bit better shape. I think at the same time, that one runs out of real feature and just was a little tighter about his hip and hind leg. The one that winds up in third, I think, is one that's long, and I think is good in terms of length. I thought he ran out a real spread behind. A real soft, pliable one comes in 4 here. I think that pig's just a little plainer in terms of his shape. 5 is one that I thought was a little longer and taller, but I read narrower in terms of his kind. Interesting look and presence in the one in 6th. I thought that one was too tied up from a skeleton standpoint. Big feature describes the one in 7. I thought at the same time that one was as poor built and flat as anything. 8 was one that I thought had a little more body than the one that precedes her in class. I didn't read her hind leg just secure enough. This one's nice presented and nice in terms of just some shape. I think that one was too upright built and too tight in terms of rear skeleton. 10 and 11 I thought were really close. I debated between them. Both of them are nice productive bears. That one had a bit more body. That one had a bit more in terms of muscle shape. Very nice class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they exit, please.
To the holding pen, I need Class 1 Duroc, Jackson Ketchum, Thomas Rigby, Stacy Hayes, Lily Lewis, Cooper Zolman. Remember, you need to get your picture taken for the sale and your consignment cards. Again, we will be doing all of the purebreds and then the crosses.
Out here in our second class of Berkshires, I think there's a logical place to start. Young ladies, Berkshire Gilt is easily your class winner. Comfortable, good in terms of muscle, good in terms of power, still has some bone underneath her. A logical class winner. I thought it was a little bit more debatable for second, third, and fourth. Obviously, I didn't pin this pig back early, but this particular bear is square off either end of his skeleton, and he's comfortable. He's maybe not just overwhelming in terms of shape, but he's loose and he's good in terms of his bone, and his feet all point the right direction. I thought it was close between 3 and 4. I initially liked this bear in 3 pretty good because I thought he had a nice look. His proportions were nice. The problem becomes, just like me, he's a little throaty up underneath his throat line. He'll push out in his hock just a little bit, but I thought he had more quality of build than the young ladies here in 4. I think this bear is bigger in his scale, bigger in his outline. I didn't think his hind leg had as much girth and size to it, but I certainly thought that he had a lot of dimension and a lot of volume. The young lady there in 5 has one that's maybe got a bit more muscle shape. I thought that pig at the same time wasn't as good built and good in terms of shoulder angle and blade angle as what I wanted, but certainly a nice bear there in 5th. Young man coming out in 6th here, I think has one that is a shot heavier skeleton and a shot better in terms of dimension. Same time, I think that particular pig will close in her chest and just becomes a little bit more limited from that standpoint. Young man in the blue has one I like from the side. I like in terms of just build and presence. I thought was too flat and narrow. This one's long and level and big in terms of scale. I thought at the same time that one was harder bodied and just a bit tighter from a skeleton standpoint. This young lady's right here, I actually think has a shot more in terms of feature relative to what was in front of him, but at the same time, I think he's too plain in terms of his look. This is a nice bear in terms of muscle shape. I just didn't see that bear having as much in terms of real body and mass. Very, very nice class. Let's congratulate those exhibitors. We'll get you a champion and reserve in the Berkshire division. Drop our two Berkshire class winners together. To me, it's rather logical to use the young ladies to be your champion Berkshire. Let's congratulate that young lady, please. We talked about that first class being a little challenging, maybe not one I just was jazzed to start with, but a nice pig in his own right. There's another one I thought was just a square, comfortable, kind of got some bone underneath him, maybe not as just heavy muscled as what I wanted, but still a good kind of Berkshire bear. That's the young man right there. He'll be reserve. Really nice set of Durocs. And the young man's bear is easily your class winner. He's long, he's loose, he's got muscle shape up high. Very, very nice bear to go ahead and start. The young lady's gilt is going to be in second. And from the side, I think that pig makes a case to be a class winner. I also thought at the same time that pig was naturally lower fronted and just a bit wider in terms of rear skeleton. The one that comes out in third here, I think, is one that's certainly got some heaviness of skeleton. I really, really like that pig's arm, foot, and feature. I didn't think that that particular gilt had enough smoothness and body to work ahead. Young lady that comes out in four here, I think has one that's maybe just a bit better about her top line. I think at the same time that pig is more caved in her lower skeleton, a bit tighter out of her hip and hind leg. Young man's that closes is probably the leanest from a composition standpoint. I think at the same time that pig is the most concerning from a skeleton and real mass standpoint. Very, very nice class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they exit, please.
Duroc class 2 to the holding pins. Duroc class 2 to the holding pins.
Okay, in the holding pens, I need Class 2 Duroc. Cade Clark, Ashton Rigby, Trayton Bruce, Hudson Wright, Riker Steele. To the holding pens, I need Class 1 Hamps, Logan Fagler, Fletcher Hansen, Tommy Maylott, Parker McKinney, Brady McKinney, David Wiggum, Leander Hansen, Aubrey Smith, Jacob Polma, Audrey Looning, Braden Vetter, Selena Millhouse.
Very nice set of Durocs here. And once again, a very nice class winner. Young Mansborough is the best in terms of height to shoulder. He's good in terms of his proportions, good in terms of his lines. I think everything fits into him extremely well. He's a little cresty at the top of his neck, but he's a darn nice bear to go ahead and start this particular class. The young lady in the pink is going to be in second. I thought of what remained. That was the heaviest featured, heaviest skeleton one that still maintained squareness behind. He's a little bit more upright in his shoulder relative to what I thought our class winner was. Young man in the blue there with the Duroc gilt there, I certainly think that particular gilt of what remained was the biggest in terms of foot and feature. I thought she ran out of body a little bit comparatively, and the white-footed gilt's maybe a little short about her hip. This dark red bear right here I really like in terms of pliability and softness. I thought he was a little plain. I thought he pushed out in his hock just a notch. And then this young man's that closes, I really think that's a nice bear. I do. I think that bear is square. I think that bear is just a little harder ribbed and just a little faster moving. But very, very nice job to all those exhibitors. Let's go ahead and congratulate them, please. Very nice set of Durocs and a good pair of them, to be honest. I think both of them represent a lot of quality. I'll tell you, I think among them there is a debate, there is a discussion, but I think one of them's just a little wider as he goes away, just a little broader in terms of his pin set and the base of his hip. That's the young man right here. He'll have your champion.
No problem.
Drop the second behind our eventual champion out. I talked about that one's heaviness of skeleton. I still think that one's maybe a little more upright, Bill. There's another one, pushed her champion extremely hard. I actually think he's wider chested, broader coming at you. I thought he closed just a little bit more to the base of his skeleton as he went away. Young man, you're going to have the reserve. Congratulations to you.
All right, there's 12 in this first class of hams, 216 to 248.
Yep. Okay, the following individuals need to come to a holding pens for Class 1. Hamp, Tommy Melhoit, Aubrey Smith, Jacob Palma. To the holding pens, I need Class 2 Hamps. Sawyer Smith, Camden Wilson, Clayton Boyzot, Rutley Hanson, Sawyer Smith, Maya Alonzo, Taya Thompson, Cooper Zolman.
Camps come, and honestly, they catch another gear, in my opinion. I think that they're very nice in terms of what they bring to the table, and they require some thought. I'll tell you this much. I think the pair that starts are very different in what they offer. They're very different in where they have advantages and very different in terms of where their strengths lie. To me, it's the young man's bear right here in front of me that's the one that's cleaner and neater about his head and neck carriage. He's taller about his front end, more elevated and fresh out of the backside of his shoulder, and then he maintains really good squareness as he goes away, and I think that his fresh muscle pattern is what allows him to start. He's not overwhelming in terms of size. He's not overwhelming in terms of bone and foot and feature, but I thought he was square coming at you. I thought he was square going away, and I thought he had true muscle shape in terms of his back and freshness up high. The measurables favor this young man's bear that's going to be in second. You put a big hind, if you're after a big hind leg, that is a big hind leg. That is a big rear foot and a big ankle, and honestly, it functions really well, especially from the side. He maintains a good view as he goes away. I just couldn't get past my front 2/3 of that particular pig. I think he's a little upright in his shoulder. I think he closes in at the base of his skeleton, and then he's got just a bit hanging down, but right at the base of his jawline. But boy, that pig's immeasurables in terms of foot, feature, and just the extra substance are really good. I like those things quite well. The one that's going to come out in third right here is one that I think is really good in terms of back spread. I think that one's really good in terms of shape up high. I really appreciate that. Of the contenders, that one was the tightest in terms of skeleton, the tightest in terms of build, and the most upright off of either end. I like things about this one that comes next. She's as bulky and massive as anything. She got a great spread to her rib, and she's really bold in her upper skeleton. I thought she pushed out in her hock just a bit and become a little bit cumbersome in how she used her hip and hind leg. Young man in the green has one that I really like in terms of volume and mass. Didn't think that pig was built good enough for me to move him forward. Young man did a great job. One that comes out in sixth here, I think is certainly one that has some back spread. I love that one's turn up high. I didn't think she was loose enough from the start. A pair of moderate, chunky, big-bodied ones that I like for their productivity. To me, they're not just big enough in size of their scale and frame for me to work forward with them. Young lady right here has one that I think is really good in terms of being dark-skinned and really nice in terms of just having some feature underneath him. Thought he was too short in his hip and tight out of his rear leg. The three that close here, this one has some muscle shape. This one's got some length. That one's got some body. I didn't think any of them probably epitomized the right combination of those three things. Excellent job to all those exhibitors. Very nice work. Let's congratulate all of them as they go ahead and exit, please.
Okay, to the holding pen, I need Hereford, Class 1, Kane Hayes, Grayson Hesser, Nevaeh Sloan, Trayton Bruce, Riker Steele.
To be quite honest with you, I think the top 4 in this particular class are really, really hard and really challenging. And honestly, I don't know that there's one that just suits me perfect out here, because I think they're all different and they all have something that I kind of want to change, but they have something I want to run with. And so what I ultimately said is this young man's guilt that's going to start. I think she's the best combination of feature, muscle shape, and muscle spread. And she does it in a package that I think still pretty friendly to her skeleton. She stays pretty square behind. She stays pretty true in terms of her lower skeleton. She needs to be a little looser in her rear ankle. She needs to be just a little taller fronted. But I think at the same time, that gilt has real muscle shape out of the backside of her shoulder and real spread to her pin set. This young man's gilt gets here because I think she's the best built. There's no doubt in my mind she is the best in terms of being truly square off either end and using her rear skeleton the best. Problem is she doesn't have enough muscle for me. She's not spread wide enough in terms of her chest. She's not spread wide enough in terms of her back. And she doesn't have the just true substance I'm after, but she's very nice in terms of build and skeletal symmetry. Young man's gilt that's going to be here in third, I think it is interesting. She's really moderate. She's really big bodied. She's really big back, and she's really big hip. I'll tell you, I don't think that it's just her attitude that's bugging me. Her hip and her hock will push out just a little bit. I wish she was a little squarer and truer from that regard. Young lady has one that I think is really interesting to study. From the side, he has a tall fronted look. From the side, he's got a nice proportion and he's got a nice balance. He's got some shape to his back, and I like the length of his body. I think he's too upright in his shoulder. I think he steps outside himself with his rear leg, but I still think that's a nice mare that was certainly in the discussion right here. I thought the next 4 were challenging. This one had the most muscle shape of what remained. The young man's right there was maybe a touch longer in terms of body. I thought he ran out of front foot and feature and arm. Young lady's had a bit more in terms of body and just a little bit more fragile in terms of feature. And then the one that closes there is one that's lean but too hard in terms of rib and kind. Very nice class. Top end was very good. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they exit, please.
What does that mean? Is it working or not?
Been working all day, and that's not very bad. So there's nothing I can do, but the swamp fluids are working.
Okay, thank you.
I think it was the doors. It almost right now.
Out here for selection of your champion and reserve in the Hampshire division. I certainly think it's a challenging decision, but at the same time, I think that there's one who's just a little better in terms of balance and proportions. Not perfect, but very nice in what he brings to the table. Young man's first class winner, be your champion. We get out here for selection of your reserve in the Hampshire division, and I certainly think that there's some debate and some differences to talk about. I think that each of them have distinct advantages, and at the same time, I think that they're unique. The one that won the second class there, big-backed and shapely up high, I just talked about how her rear leg could move a little better. I thought she was just a little bit more upright or a little lower set up front. And then the one that was second in the first class, I think has a really neat skeleton and really big legs. I think at the same time could be a little leaner and cleaner up front. Very interesting pair. My next favorite young man over here be a reserve in the Hampshire division.
Okay, come to the holding pens, Class 1 spot. Violet Conklin, Benjamin Anderson, Macy Tate, Waylon Furry, Jacob Palma, Kinsley Nussbaum, Slate Hunter, Haley Kopetsky, Alexandra Krogan.
Nice set of them out here in the Herefords. I certainly think there's some differences. Maybe not one that just suits me perfect. The biggest rear leg and the squarest view behind is possessed by the young man's gilt right here in front of me. Got some body, got some mass. Nice pig to start. A little taller fronted, a little better in terms of pliability, but a little bit flatter behind. Describe the young lady's gilt that's going to be in second. That's why she winds up in second. I thought it was close between 3, 4, and 5. The young man's dark red is going to be in 3 in this particular class. I thought he had a little more body and mass compared to what was offered in the class. The young man in the blue is going to be in 4. I thought that one had a bit more pin set and a bit more spread behind, but at the same time was too tight in terms of skeleton and reach. And then the young man right here is going to close out in 5th. I think that particular gilt is one that's soft ribbed, but just a little narrower backed. Very, very nice class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they go ahead and exit, please. Very nice class of spots out here. And the one that wins is the one that's easily the heaviest skeleton and just the best in terms of muscle spread and mass. I wish she was a little bit leveler in her spine and a little bit looser out of her hip and hind leg, but that's easily the widest, squarest, and freshest one in this particular class. I like the one that's going to be in second here. That particular pig has pliability and softness of rib. I really appreciate that. I thought she got a little wrinkled in her ham-loin junction. I thought she got just a little off in her spine, but a nice pig to be there in second. Young man's going to come out in third, and I thought between 3, 4, and 5, that particular bear had to, or that particular gilt had the biggest rear leg. She's a little stale in terms of her look, and she could be a little just looser in terms of her rear skeleton, but a nice pig to be there in third. Young lady gets in 4 because I thought between 4 and 5, both of them were just a little bit smaller and more fragile in terms of their feature. This one had more body than that one, but that one's maybe just a little looser in terms of skeleton. Close pair. Nice job to both those young ladies. The young man in 6 gets there because I think that of what remained, that particular gilt had the most quality to her build. I thought she had the most in terms of design. She ran out of real mass and feature for me to work up with that particular pig. This loud marked one that's in 7, really muscular, really powerful, experiencing some sort of injury today. Just a little tight movement out there, but very nice job to that young man. The pair that closes, nice in terms of muscle shape, probably just lighter in terms of dimension and volume. Very nice class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they go ahead and exit, please.
Coming to the holding pens, I need lightweight crossbred class 1. Kinsley Nussbaum, Avery Anderson, Michaela Curlis, Peyton Ramza, Holden Hubbard, Peyton Ramza, Brady McKinney, Ashley Smith, Haley Kopetsky, Cooper Zolman, Reagan Allen, Benjamin Anderson.
Yes, light, extra, or
Light, medium, heavyweight.
and extra.
So 4 divisions.
Yes.
So we'll pick a division after every 2 classes, basically.
Yeah.
Very nice set of Yorkshires here, and I think there's one that needs to win this particular class. The young lady's barrow on the far side is going to be your class-winning champion Yorkshire barrow. I think that barrow is really good in terms of squareness of build, squareness of fundamentals, and just having some back and some width and some pliability. A nice barrow with some foot and feature underneath him to go ahead and start this particular class. I like the one in second because he's maybe a bit harder in terms of his turn up high, maybe a bit just truer truer in terms of his back shape. To me, he's just a bit wider in his rear step and not as heavy in his rear bone. I like the one in third, pretty good. That one's soft-bodied, real pliable centered, real massive. I think at the same time, she's just compositionally challenged from my perspective. Little cresty at the top of her neck, just a little moderate in terms of her kind. 4 and 5 come out, and I certainly think that they're ones that I like in terms of just having some elevation to their size. To me, they're just a little narrower and flatter in their design, but a nice pair to close a very good class and a very good breed. Let's congratulate those exhibitors as they head out, please.
Peyton Ramza, I need your 2 lightweight crossbreds brought to the ring or holding pens. Reminder to get your pictures taken for the consignment sale. Make sure you get those cards turned in as soon after the show as you can. They're working on the sale order right now. If you are going to participate in a large animal round robin and have not filled out that jot form, QR code, please do so then we can get that contest ready. Medium crossbred class 1, please bring your animals to the holding pens. Avery Moore, Blair Sanchez, Case Bennett, Logan Fagler, Michaela Curlis, Adam Palma, McKinley Fagler, Caroline Clark, Paris Ware, Riley West, Parker McKinney, Avery Anderson. That's medium crossbred class 1.
Very nice class here in the first class of crosses. And I think there's a non-debatable top pair, and among them, I'm very comfortable liking this thin-belted gilt right here. I think that gilt has the best hind leg in terms of reach, flexibility, and squareness. I think she's good in terms of her view coming at you. I think she just manages a lot of things really well with a really high-quality look. That's going to be a nice gilt to be your first division winner here in the Crossbred Gilt Show. Interesting pieces and further reaching pieces in the one that's going to be in second. That particular gilt is harder shaped, bigger pin set. I like those things about her, and she maybe is a bit heavier in terms of skeleton. I think as she comes at you, she's a little more upright in her shoulder. As she goes away, she'll push out just a little bit more in terms of her rear leg, her stifle, and her rear joint. This young lady's gilt is one that I really, really like from just a arm and the strength to her arm. I love the shape to her back. I love the turn she has up high, and I really appreciate those things about her. She's out of bounds behind, in my opinion, and I just don't see her being coordinated enough in terms of where her stifle and rear joints sit, but I do like what that gilt represents in terms of substance up high and mass. A very nice gilt to be there in third. The young lady's going to come out here in four, the young man's going to come out here in four, and I think that this one is one that I like from just a standpoint of body shape, body spread, and body mass, all very, very good. To me, his skeleton's not just pure enough and authentic enough for me. That becomes my concern. Young lady in the red has one that's a bit bigger in terms of size and scale. I really appreciate that. Same time, I think that one just gets more fragile in terms of feature and rear leg and ankle, and just a little staler in terms of kind. This red belted one has a really good shape up high. Didn't think his hock and hind leg set in him as appropriately as what I wanted. Young man has a bulky, massive one I didn't think was built good enough. This young lady's black one is one that's really nice in terms of build and design, too narrow and flat off either end. Young man right here has one that's really good in terms of shape up high and heaviness of feature, too hard bodied and a little tight moving behind. This blue one right here that come in a little late is long bodied and square shaped. I thought that one was too dry in the center portion of its body, but I thought it had more feature and foot relative to those that followed. This one right here is one that's long and level, just too fragile in terms of design. And then the pair that closes, nice hogs in terms of leanness of shape, didn't have enough real spread for me. Very nice class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they go ahead and exit, please.
Okay, bring to the holding pens, medium weight, crossbred, Kason Bowman, Grayson Hesser, Clayton Boyzot, Ezra Martins, Taya Thompson, Jane Eller, Kobe Haas, Peyton Ramza, Peyton Moore, Chloe Smith.
First class of mediums, and I don't think it's particularly debatable which pig needs to win. That one needs to win and win for fun. That's a big-footed, big-legged, heavy skeleton, very, very big-backed one that maintains true skeletal squareness off either end of her skeleton and does it at a high level. I'll tell you, she's not the loosest one I've ever seen up front, but I still think at the same time, you get right up on top of these things and she swallows everything in terms of back spread and does it with a nice look from the side. That pig wins easy, in my personal opinion. This one's going to be next, and I certainly think that in her own right, this pig's good in her upper rib cage. I like the spread to her upper body. I like her back shape, but I think all those things are good. When you take the top half of that one's skeleton, very, very, very nice. You go to the bottom half, and that one's a little tight up front, and then pushes just a little bit in terms of her rear skeleton, but a nice pig to be there in second. The one that comes out in third, I actually really find a lot of value in this particular pig. I kept studying and staring, just a nice pig. You build pigs like that, you're going to make a living. They're doing a lot of things really well. Square, comfortable, sound, got a lot of product, maybe just didn't have the feature of the ones in front of him, but a nice, nice pig to be there in third. The one in fourth maybe pushes the envelope in an area or two a little further. Little neater looking, little longer necked, a little taller fronted, a little harder in terms of back back shape. I think at the same time, my guess is we didn't want to feed this one much more in order to keep this one's rear skeleton in, and so we ran out of body and mass at the same time. But a nice pig that I think has some far-reaching pieces. The one that comes next is one that I really appreciate. Actually, 5 and 6 I debated between. Both really well-driven, really capably showing pigs. This pig's got all of the body and mass you could ever want. I thought he's a little longer hipped and a little bit more expressive in his hip. I thought relative to moving forward, he ran out of feature. This one's really good. And young lady, you do an awesome job. That one's so soft body, so pliable centered. I think that at the same time, that one just gets a little more plain and generic from a muscle shape standpoint. On down the line in 7, the young man that winds up here, honestly, I had this bear higher at times because he's got more feature. Or this guild higher at times because I thought she had more feature. I thought she got a little tight in her skeleton, a little down in her hamloin junction right there. 8 comes out to 8 and 9 can come out. Actually, the rest of the class can come out. Big-bodied, soft-middled one that was too plain shaped. A good square-made one that was a little flat-made. A really long, lean one that was too hard and dry, but had some feature. And then one that's really hard in terms of turn, ran out of rear leg bone, and then a softer bodied version, just a little off from a build standpoint. Very nice class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they go ahead and exit, please. second class of middles, and I think there's one that wins pretty logically, in my opinion. Square, wide, and comfortable, still bulky and still pliable. That's the young man right here with the blue one right in front of me. Nice pig to be your class winner. I thought it was a debate between 2 and 3, if I'm being honest, and I thought that this one was just a bit better in terms of rear leg size and rear leg motion. I thought he was square behind. I thought he ran out of real substance and spread to his chest as he come right at you, but I certainly thought that he was good in terms of his rear leg. This one's bulkier and wider chested and bigger in terms of body. To me, she pushes the envelope and where I want him in terms of security and safety behind, but I certainly think that that's a massive one that's got a lot of muscle, and I appreciate that quite well. I thought it was close between 4 and 5 in this particular class. The young man's going to be in 4, and that one's just a bit better in terms of rear leg squareness. I thought he ran out of arm and feature. The all-white one is just a bit wider in terms of his eyebrows. He's wider in terms of his skull, a bit broader in terms of his arm. I thought he pushed the limits in comfort behind, and I certainly wish that was just a bit better. The young lady that's going to be in 6 right here, he has one that I really appreciate for being tall-fronted. I thought that pig was a little flat and narrow off either end. Young lady in 7 has one that I really appreciate for being just a bit heavier in terms of feature. Same time, I thought that one was too tight and short in his hip and upper rump. Young man that comes out in 8 has one that I like in terms of shape. I just didn't think there was enough body there. Blue one right there is big hip, just a little tied up from a build standpoint. And then the young man's that closes there, I think is one that's really good in terms of dimension, just a little short-hipped and quick striding. Very, very nice set of them. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they go ahead and exit, please.
To the holding pens, I need heavyweight class 1. Michaela Curlis, Hudson Wright, Reese West, Cal Breton, Coyer Bowman, McKenna Hesser, Kason Bowman, Skylar Badger, Slate Hunter, Alice Martins, Cashlyn Haas, Kelby Walls.
Darn nice pair of them out here in our medium weights, and among them, I still think there's one that needs to win and needs to win rather logically, in my personal opinion. Stout, square, comfortable, got a great look, and very, very well presented. Young man in a blue shirt, have your champion this division. To be quite frank with you, I thought it was going to come down to a decision for reserve here in the middles, and I think both of them are different. The young ladies is the one that's better in terms of muscle shape, fresher out the backside of her shoulder and fresher in terms of her loin edge. I think at the same time, she doesn't have as much feature in her arm and front ankle and rear leg. I think she's a little tighter made. The young man's blue one is heavier skeleton, I think bolder. I wish she was a bit better in terms of her turn up high and muscular expression. I still think she's my next favorite. Young man right here, have you reserve this division.
Here you go.
On camera here, Charter. From my neighbor. Simple, Monica.
Heavyweight, how many?
Charlotte, can
Again to the holding pens, Class 1, heavyweight. Michaela Curlis, Hudson Wright, Reese West, Cal Breton, Coyer Bowman, McKenna Hesser, Kaysen Bowman, Skylar Badger, Slate Hunter, Alice Martins, Cashlyn Hall, Haas, and Kelby Walls. to the pins if you haven't already. Heavyweight crossbred class 2, Braden Vetter, Jack Thomas, Hayden Hubbard, Fletcher Hansen, Blake Davis, Kinsey Lloyd, Braden Vetter, David Heinert, Camden Wilson, Bryson Walls.
Be quite frank with you, I think this is one of the more challenging classes because I know where I'm at and I know what I want to do, but at the same time, I don't know that it's just as convincingly easy because I love things about this gilt that's going to win this class. Her skeletal angles are easily the best. Her range of motion's easily the best. And the way her hind leg is constructed is easily the best. And I think she's honestly the squarest off either end. She does not feel right today, and her left ear is bugging her, and I think it's causing her to do some things that I think are a little out of character. But I also have to say, okay, what does she look like today? And the answer to that is she's the heaviest skeleton, heaviest made one that I think is still the widest as she comes right at you and still genuine as she goes away. Young man, I'm very impressed. I will be honest with you. I watched you go over and give your buddy a knuckles when he won that class. That's awesome. And great sportsmanship and really, really well done. You got a bear or a gilt that I like in terms of length of body. This one's probably better in her upper rib cage than the one I just talked about. This one's probably rounder there and bigger in her pin set. The problem is when she comes right at you, I don't see her quite as square and true at the base of her skeleton. She's not as heavy in terms of her arm and her ankle, and I think that those things become my concerns. Young man, did a great job. You should be proud of your second place gilt right here. This young lady right here has one in third that I think if you just take their mid body up, that one's as perfectly fed and just good in terms of pliability and shape and spread as anything. I think as you start to work to the base of his flank, it becomes clear it's probably a compositional deal because he's a little waisty at the base of his throat and he doesn't quite match his body and feature as well as what I wanted. Young lady, you've done a great job all day. The young lady that comes out in 4 and 5, I thought were real close. Aspara's a little staler than what I wanted, but I think he's really good in terms of spread and mass. I think he needed a little more bone to move forward, but I thought he had more spread and just dimension and volume relative to this young man in the green. Better looking, taller fronted, and neater made. I think at the same time, just a little flatter when you get in behind him. The young lady right here has one that I think is really good in terms of body and mass, and width the chest is good. I think at the same time, build challenges that one just a little bit from my perspective. Nice job to that young lady. This young man right here has one that I like from a just dimension standpoint. That gilt's really massive, really broad. Doesn't seem to feel the best in terms of how she uses her rear leg. That becomes my concern. Young lady in the reds is the most pliable pig of this class by some margin. Soft rib, really fundamental there. Rear leg bone's not big enough to match what she packs up high. 9 comes out, and this young lady has one that I appreciate for muscle shape. A little harder and drier ribbed. On down the line, you've got this young lady's that is really good in terms of squareness, just a little narrower and flatter. A really soft, pliable one, ran out of bone and feature, and then actually one that's got some feature and foot underneath of her, but too flat and narrow. Very nice class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as we exit, please.
Again, a couple of reminders. Make sure you get your picture taken for the sale. Make sure they initial it. Write your thank you card and take your consignment papers to the office ASAP after the show. Secondly, large animal round robin. If you were champion or reserve champion junior, intermediate, or senior showman, you need to get entered in that. There's a QR code on the door of the office that you can sign up there for that. First call for extra heavyweight class 1. Lily Badger, Kale Snell, Kinsley Curlis, Rose Lacey, Livia Wright, Coyer Bowman, Alice Martins, Abigail James, Micaiah Wright.
said to myself on this particular class, I think this class is hard. I do. I really do think this class is hard. And I think that there's not one that I just want to grab a hold of and say, that's the answer. But there's a lot of neat pieces in. So I come back to this gilt right here because I think she's the loosest in terms of how she's built in her rear leg. I think she uses her range of motion the most effectively. And I think she uses her rear skeleton as good as anything. She's a little round in her hip, and she's a little bit probably round when you get in behind her, but I thought she was wide-chested, broad-made, and still planted and drove with enough authority. I like this young man's barrow right here in front of me. That one is really, really wide, really square, and really shapely. The longer that one drove, the more that one got tightened up. And to be honest, when that one started, I didn't think his rear leg was just soft enough built, and his rear ankle was just soft enough. But I certainly love that one's muscle shape. The one that probably suits me the best from a squareness standpoint and just squareness of build and squareness of design is this young man in the orange shirts. I think that one's just true and comfortable and basic. I didn't think that one had enough bone to work forward in this particular class, but a nice pig to be there in third. Young lady comes out in 4, and I certainly think that particular one has more muscle shape and turn up high. I think that one's just a bit wider in terms of spread. To me, she's shaped not quite like a market hog in her lower rib, and she's not quite shaped just aggressive enough in terms of the right there in her elbow pocket. Her rear leg could be a bit bigger as well. This young man right here has one that I really like in terms of width of chest. I really like the spread to his skeleton. I think he's rocked too far forward in his shoulder. I don't see him just good enough in terms of his upper hip, but a nice, productive kind of barrow right there. 6 comes, and I certainly think that this young man's predominantly black one is really good shape. Thought he was a little hard in terms of his rib. Bigger hip described the one that comes next. I thought he was a little tied up from a skeleton standpoint. This young man's right here is good shape, just a little hard rib. And then this one's real long and lean, just a little flatter and narrower. Very nice class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors. We'll pick you a champion in the heavyweight division. Out here for champion and reserve in your heavyweight division. I think I just sat back and I said, okay, what did I drive here to do, and where do I want to sit? I want to stand for quality. I want to stand for quality of design, quality of build, and putting those things together at a high level. I think that's really important to me. And I think when you step back and you study, sometimes quality isn't just in the biggest bodied, just softest middled ones. Quality is in how they're built and how they are constructed in terms of foot and feature and what their framework's like. And there's one that I think is just better from that regard. That's the young man in the greens. He'll be champion in this division. drop our second place behind our eventual champion out here, and that one fits right in. Oh, if there was another one that pushed extremely hard, just maybe wasn't as comfortable and coordinated behind as what I wanted, but a very nice pick. Young man right here, have your reserve.
Okay, coming to the holding pens, I need extra heavyweight cross class 2. Harper Jeffrey, Ruby Wolfley, Sawyer Koppel, Keegan Moore, Sawyer Koppel, Ryan Allred, Serenity Burkett, David Heinert, Riley Vetter.
Tell you what, second to last class of the day, and this young man's got him a darn nice barrow. That's square, wide-chested, big-muscled, very, very bold up high, and still comfortable and true. He's pumped. He has a good class winner, and I'm pumped for him. That's a nice barrow to go ahead and win a class. Good job, young man. Well done. This young lady's blue one right here is a little softer bodied, a little bigger middled, a little longer in terms of body. Same time, I think that one's frailer and more fragile in terms of her kind. I don't read that one as wide coming at you, but a nice pair of them to be class winner in second in this second to last class. This young lady's very, very heavy muscled, very big up high, very good in terms of shape, a little out there behind for me. Young lady's right here, I thought had a really, really nice fresh look, probably fresher and square behind, gave up substantial sacrifices in muscle and width. This blue one right here is one that's a little heavier skeleton, a little heavier featured and duty. I think at the same time, that one's just too stale and narrow when you work to the base of his skeleton. This one right here is probably just a bit fresher in his kind. I thought, or her kind, I thought at the same time that was a smaller ankled, just probably narrower made one, but did have some body. This one's really long necked, long bodied. I like those things. To me, that one's too flat and narrow off either end. The next one out here is really good in terms of just squareness of back and leanness, probably to an extreme in terms of being narrower made up front. Young lady right here that closes has got one that's really good in terms of length. I like his size and scale, or her size and scale, just a little flatter and rounder everywhere. Very nice class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they exit, please. Almost made it, fellas. Nice job. Very nice class to close the day here. And honestly, I think that they're different in what they bring to the table. I think that there's some challenge among them and some debate. But I think at the same time, the one that's just bulkier and stouter and just wider is the young lady right here. I think that pig is just a bit bigger in terms of the shape to his upper skeleton, a bit wider in terms of his pin set and spread behind. He's a little flat on his feet, and he pushes out just a little in his hock, but I thought that barrel was just a bit wider. I like this one that's going to be in second here. That gilt is one that I appreciate for being really, really comfortable skeleton, comfortable built, and good in terms of design. I think at the same time, that one's probably the narrowest and flattest off either end of her skeleton. Doesn't have enough substance built into her for me to work her up. The one that's going to be in third here, really good shape, fresh made, didn't move good enough for me personally, and that's why she winds up in third. 4 comes out, and that one's soft-bodied and big-ribbed. I thought a little upright shouldered, a little upright built, but was wider and bolder than the one that come in 5th. The one in 5th, tall-shouldered, neat-made, extended, big in terms of outline, too narrow underneath. This blue right here has a big hip and a big pin set. I thought was one that didn't have enough bone and freshness built into him. The 7th place one right here was a little longer and a little neater, but a little narrower underneath. Honestly, the young man in 8 has a nice skill in terms of build and design. Done a nice job out here. I think that one's really good from a lot of standpoints. Got more feature than most of the 8th place pigs we've had so far. Just too narrow and flat for me. And then the one that closes right here, better in terms of shape and spread, but just a little tighter in terms of hip. Very nice class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they go ahead and exit, please.
Okay, I don't know.
Hold on, let me look. Attention in the sheep barn, we have a bread and fed show that is supposed to start at 6 p.m. If the pig show goes past 5:30, we will start 30 minutes after that time.
Very, very nice pair of them out here in the heavies. And honestly, I think that there's some debate and some challenge. At the same time, there's just a bulky, massive, good kind of super heavyweight young man right there. Have your champion in this division. Nice work, buddy. We put them together out here for your reserve in the super heavyweight division. One of them's probably just a bit bolder and more shapely, shaped more like a market hog, but pushes the limits from a front feet, rear feet standpoint and comfort standpoint. One of them's a little square, but probably a little staler and more fragile in terms of feature. Nice pair of them. My second favorite's the young ladies right here.
Right, Riley was reserved.
Okay, so it's the medium, heavy, and extra heavy that I want in, right?
Yeah.
Or the...
No, you want in
All of them. Okay, in the ring now, I need all of the CrossFit champions and reserve champions. In the lightweight class, Michaela Curlis, Peyton Ramza. In the medium weight class, Riley West, Kason Bowman. Heavyweight, I need Reese West, Hayden Hubbard. Extra heavy, Coyer Bowman, Riley Vetter.
And then I'm doing that for the overall.
All of the breed champions need to start making their way to the ringside.
I think we're going to be good. I don't know. I'm eternally optimistic. We'll see how it goes. But we're returning Rocco. I'm worried about our receivers. We had 2 second-round picks go to the Texans. So that'll be a little interesting. Our defense is better than it was last year. And like we were basically on like our 6th-string middle linebacker at the end of the year last year. So we'll see. But A&M should be good. You ready? Huh? No.
We good with that?
Yep. Let's roll.
So we got extra heavy, medium, and light.
Which one?
Hold on. I'm not worried. I'm on my way.
How do you want it to come out?
In the order they showed. So light, medium, heavy, super heavy.
Peyton Ramza, you're needed in the show ring with your reserve lightweight.
Well, let's start by congratulating our champions in the crossbred division. Let's give them a big round of applause, please. Been a fun crossbred division and very enjoyable to sort through. And as we get them out here, I'm really proud with how they come back. I think all 4 division winners represent an immense amount of quality. And as I think back through the divisions, I'm very, very pleased with what they look like. I'm very, very pleased with what they represent. That being said, I do think it's really rather logical which one is my favorite. I think there's one that epitomizes where show pigs need to be at right now in terms of bone, foot, feature, mass, just a very, very unique specimen. Very, very good in a lot of ways. Very proud to name that one your champion crossbred. I'll be honest with you, as we get them out here, I think that the blue one fits right into contention, and I think it actually becomes a little bit more challenging in where you want to go and where you want to be at on these. And so when I think it's close, I'm going to give it the time of day to make sure that I describe where my thoughts are, what my opinions are, and why I make the decisions I made. In no particular order, the young ladies' first division winner, that thin belt, I think is one that's so good in terms of proportions, so good in terms of balance, and so good in terms of being the right length of body and still putting together mass. Among contemporaries, man, you make a lightweight, and that one is still very, very good in a lot of ways. Is there enough bone? Is there enough foot and feature in terms of just moving forward to heavier weights? The one that was second behind a reserve in the middle division there, this blue gilt over here, bulky, dense, and stout. I don't know if her neck and shoulder attach quite as well as what I wanted. I don't know if she's just as unique in terms of look, but she's heavy featured and still square and genuine. This one that won the heavyweight division, I can catch views and glimpses of that gilt where I'm like, she's the answer, because she's huge-legged and she uses her hind leg really well. And then I can kind of catch this view of her coming right at me where she's dry in her center rib and doesn't have just as much spread as what I want, but she's still got a big square back in her. I think that gilt has some interesting pieces. Then you got your super heavyweight bear. That bear is just bold. He's dense. He's stout. He's still comfortable. I think that bear has a lot of mass. Is he the best looking? No, he's got a little under his chin. He's not maybe just overwhelmingly fresh, but he's a heavyweight bear that's done it. He's got wide width and substance and still very, very good from a skeleton standpoint. Young man, you're going to have reserve. Nice job, buddy.
Okay, so for the 4-H Championship Market Swine Drive, I need AOB, Macy Leemaster, Wyatt Crutchen, Burke, Kinsley Curlis, Tommy Maylott, Durock, Cade Clark, Cooper Zolman, Hamp, Leander Hansen, and Braden Vetter, Hereford, Kane Hayes, Nevaeh Sloan, Spot, Kinsley Nussbaum, Alexandra Krogan, York, Macy Leemaster, and Rutley Hansen, Cross Riley West, and Coyer Bowman.
Next time, I'll get the full spelling. I'm
If you are not going to do the member pen of 3 owned by one exhibitor or the club pen of 3, if you would come and let us know so we can scratch it, it would be appreciated. Reminders, get your picture taken, get the initials, turn in your consignment card to the office ASAP. Make sure if you have been junior, intermediate, or senior round robin, go over to the office, get those signed up. Nevaeh Sloan, I need you to bring your Hereford to the holding pen. Nevaeh Sloan, Hereford to the holding pen. So updating you on the order. We are going to do the overall 4-H market swine. We're going to do the exhibitor pen of 3, the club pen of 3. We'll do the underweight group, and then we'll pick the overall of fair.
Well, first and foremost, let's put our hands together for our champions in our 4-H division, please. Absolutely outstanding set of them. And honestly, I think among them, I think that there's so much quality across all the breeds. But with that being said, I do think there's one that easily rises to the top. Just a very, very unique individual within their particular breed. Very, very high quality. Young Man's Cross will be your champion. We get out here for selection of your reserve overall, and I think it gets really close. And I want to talk about a couple that I think are in contention out here. Honestly, to take no offense to these particular breeds, I thought very nice representatives. The AOB, the Hereford, the York, and the Spot are all very nice. I thought the Berkshire was really, really good. I talked in class about how that one can level in her spine just a little bit, but very, very nice. Red comes out here. Very, very unique in terms of squareness of shape. Very good up high. Hamp come out of a great division. I thought one that really had a nice look and a nice presence. Out here, you got to ask yourself where you at on front arm and where you at in terms of shoulder. And then the reserve cross. I just talked about that pig. He's burly. He's stout. He's big in terms of his kind and big in terms of his spread and rib shape. Is he the best looking? Probably not. But he's a big heavyweight bear that I think is very capably driven. Young man, you'll have reserve.
Nice job.
Okay, we are now moving into our pen of 3 market swine owned by one exhibitor. Taya Thompson, Michaela Curlis, Braden Batter. Okay, underweights will be showing directly after the club pen of 3. In the holding pens, I should have 3 individual owned by Taya Thompson, Michaela Curlis, and Braden Vetter.
The iPad is the one that the 4-H market show is on.
Pin of 3 is going to, your individual pin of 3 is going to be, the champion is going to belong to that young man right there. He's driven a nice set of pigs all day, honestly, and he's driven them very, very well. Tremendous job to him. Let's give him a big round of applause on his champion pin of 3. Nice job, dude.
Now, I asked my fiance to give me kinds of sauces on.
Okay, bring to the holding pens your club pen of 3. So this is the club pen of 3. 2 or more members owning the livestock. Underweights will follow next. Okay, if you were in a swine show, they're only going to be there for 30 more minutes. So if you haven't taken your picture with your swine, you better get your you-know-what over there and get it done. Otherwise, you will not be participating in that sale.
Well, we're out here to select your champion in reserve in our club Pen of 3 show, and so that's really exciting. And to put together a group of pigs with your buddies and your 4-H club members is really awesome. I think there's a non-debatable winner. I think it's a little closer for reserve. My champion Pen of 3 club division. These 3 gentlemen right here are going to have your champion. They've worked together awesome all day. Great work to them. Reserve, young people over here. I believe their club is horsing around, right? Awesome. Well, keep up the good work. Let's give all those kids a big round of applause as they exit, please.
Oh my goodness gracious.
In that group. Okay, now in the ring or to the holding pens, I need my underweights. Micaiah Wright, Livia Wright, Waylon Faree, Atriu Anderson, Cooper Sanchez, David Wiggum, Wyatt Crutchen.
Yep.
Okay, then I need 4-H champion and reserve champion, FFA champion and reserve champion coming to the holding pens.
out here in our underweight division. I'm charged with just selecting a champion and reserve in this division. These are pigs that didn't make quite weight big enough for the county fair, but certainly very, very nice in their own right. My champion in this division, young man's crossbred gilt right there, will be your champion underweight. And then the young lady on the far side in the black shirt with the Duroc gilt is going to be a reserve in the underweight division. Let's congratulate both those exhibitors, please. Nice job, guys. Thank you, sir. Nice job, guys. Nice job, buddy. Nice job, buddy. out of your first selection of your top 4 overall. I think it's been an excellent set. And to drive all this way and to find pigs that suit me this well is very, very exciting to me. And I think you should be appreciative of that. I got a couple things that I'm going to tell you that I very firmly believe in. Number one, you got one of the most beautiful facilities I've ever worked in. And I think that is a testament to your area and a testament to what you've got going on. And I think you should be proud of that. Give this facility a huge round of applause for its presence and just awesomeness. I think that you also have to realize you have a lot of people that work hard, but I would challenge you. You got a beautiful facility. Continue to improve. Continue to grow. You got great competition at the top end, but continue to work and build that depth and that quality and build that consistency and make this a smooth, awesome show, because I think that there's absolutely the capability to be there. I think there's a great set of them. I will show you my grand through 4th overall. Tremendous set. One huge round of applause for all these kiddos on a job well done, please.
Remember, the market lamb born and raised